Sorry, we're muted. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hi. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. How's everyone doing? Hello, Jill. Hello, Skyhawk. Hello, Pushing. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, Justipinas. Hello, Suspect. Hello. Say the nothing. Thank you for the bit, Pushing. I'm gonna give it a couple minutes for people to come in before we do the Twitch recap. I think people are gonna be sad that they missed it. So we're gonna give them a little bit of time. We're gonna cook the stream. We're gonna cook the stream as the kids say. I actually don't know if the kids say that, but we're gonna cook the stream. Hello. If it's too hardcore, thank you for the sanity check. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I hope everyone's doing well this evening. Hope you're all having a good time. Apologies for not doing the World's Watch Along tonight, but I realized that we have to do the Twitch recap. We are starting a little early tonight, that's true. It's really hard for me to go live earlier these days, so apologies. Now herein lies our next issue. Where did I put the pen for our drawing tablet? Aha, there we go. I knew it was around here somewhere. Hello, Shin. Thank you for the look. Chat, how is everyone? Hello, Ben. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. I figured today as well, we can do a little recap on big Sansali moments for the year. So, it's big moments. Big moments. I'm hoping for even bigger moments next year. But how is everyone so far? We're halfway into the week. How are we doing, chat? Are y'all surviving? Tell me how y'all are doing. Let's get our titular to-do list together. I'm liking this format of the to-do list. I'm a big fan. They're trucking along in the week. Oh, Lucas, good morning. I know some people really enjoy the art stream. So, I'm hoping to do more of them because we do have to be a productive gal. I'm not sure how often we'll be able to do them, but we're gonna give it our best shot. Hello, Nemesis. Thank you for the 7 months. Yap stream 2. It's time for yapping. Did you trade cards with me this year or was that last year? Good question. Actually, that might have been... No, it was last year. We haven't had a trade yet this year. Oh, wait. Oh, we did have a trade. We got snowlit this year. Clearly, that means we have to get like a 3rd trade in early next year. I'm not sure exactly what we'll trade. Probably not as high end. We have a couple things we did plan to trade. Just a couple things. So nothing too crazy. I haven't really pulled any new Stellas, but... You know, it's some very nice reverse Stellas. I have a little trove of miscellaneous cards. True, both serialized sundials. That is trade bait. The problem is I don't have any good trades for you. I don't have any win Stellas. That's the biggest issue. Okay, that's a lie. I do have both Stella Nimbugs, but like, those are mine. Design a bunch of cards for trade bait. True. Cat, the high value of Sansally signed cards will surely raise in value once I win the World Championship. Good. But I'm down to do a small trade. We do have a lot of reverse sellers I want to send you, and I've actually been trying to collect the I realize I have cards that you won't be able to access because you don't play competitive. So I figured I can just send you some of my extra tournament pack cards. I thought that would be cute. Like, you know, just a little playset. I'm assuming I have a playset. Like the basic one. At least for the first one. The second one, I've only opened a handful of packs. The first one matters a little bit more because it has the wind spirit. You can look upon the marble frame. Today's art agenda depends on how quickly I can get this art done. I have a couple different arts planned. So we'll see how that goes. I am really glad y'all have been enjoying the big yapping stream. I realized one of my strengths as an individual is, for better or for worse, yapping. I know sometimes I have streams where we're not yapping as much. But don't worry, chat, don't worry. I'm glad people are enjoying the yapping. I feel like it's something I can do while doing a lot of activities. Even when we're dueling, I think I'm still pretty good at yapping. But that's also the beauty of, like, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In a casual setting. Because we choose to stay at lower ranks, it lets me hang out with y'all. Because, like, you know, our opponent can be comboing for like 5 minutes. I don't need to. I'm excited to go over the Twitch recap with y'all. I think that's going to be very fun. So what I have to do is, if y'all remember, we finished this piece. We finished this piece the other week for the most part. Oh, Senator Biggleswood, thank you for the follow. We have Max A now, pushed Ream Tile. Time to Max. Time to pair with Max C. We'll see about that one. Hello, welcome on in. We gotta do our Twitch recap later. For those of you on YouTube, what the Twitch recap is, it's pretty straightforward. The Twitch recap is just looking at, you know, stuff that Sansally has done on Twitch this year. It looks at metrics. It shows off some of the top chatters. It shows off stuff like your top used emotes and all that kind of jazz. So it's gonna be kind of neat. Kind of a fun little like review. So if y'all remember, we finished this up on one of our last art streams. I have a series of drawings that are gonna go along with this that I want us to start working on. I think this one came out really cute. It's my first time doing the art style like this, or at least for like the person. So I hope it reads well. I also need to like, actually I haven't previewed this when I export it as like a full-on animation. So maybe I should clean up some of the shadows here. While we're still warming up the stream, I should probably do a little bit of cleaning. Each time Sally yaps a sentence, immediately submit one art request. I think that's a little bit unreasonable for some individuals. Huh? What layer is this on? Oh, okay, I understand what's going on. The blue layer is on top of the shadow layer. And that's why we couldn't get to it. This makes more sense. Max C is unreasonable too. Max A's gotta stay in theme. Uh-huh. Oh, Yap Maxxing. We're Yap Maxxing out here. We're Yap Maxxing. Thank you everyone is here for the big love and the big support on Santon. I do just a little bit of shading in on some of these walls. The lighting doesn't make the most sense, but it's fine. Just trust the process. Trust the process. It's like the flame's only gonna be there for a little bit, so trust the process. Trust the process. Oh, Aegis Weaver, thank you for the stream. Something like that. Something like that. Thank you for the head cast. Thank you for the wits head cast. Go ahead and save our progress really quick. And let me do those head cats for you. Probably give it like another 10 minutes and we'll probably still on the Twitch week now. I'm gonna go ahead and y'all probably won't be able to see it. I'm gonna preview this animation. Oh, that's right. Technically, I still need to animate the water rippling. So we're not entirely. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this color. I'm going to make it a little bit lighter. save, yeah? So we gotta hop on over to, if y'all remember, but for this, I was trying to do a kind of like water rippling effect. I might have to do that on its own layer. That might be smart to try and do that on its own little layer. Not entirely sure how we want to go about it, but you know, let us start somewhere. Let us start somewhere. Also need to double check the canvas size. I think it should be big enough. So I'm gonna have to do that thing I did last time, where if you all remember, to get the canvas, I stole the canvas from another animation. And just deleted all the layers we had on there. I'm gonna do that again. We're gonna go back to... I really should just save one of these. Like... Let me just delete all this. Let me save this as... animation base. So that we don't have to do this every single time. I think that's pretty efficient. So, for the next part of our animation, I had sketched out the keyframes on paper for last time. Some keyframes more elegant than others. Y'all will see what the intent is when we are done. Well, I guess more like the storyboard than the keyframe, really. But this one is going to be like very small. Thank you for this thing, Steve. This one's going to be very small, very basic, very simple. Hopefully very fast. I'm hoping that this one won't take too long to do. I'm going to delete these two frames. Not sure why these started so far into the timeline, but we can adjust the timeline. We really don't need the timeline to be that long. Okay. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take these and drag these out. The reason I'm doing that is because I need to resize these. I'm just gonna do them individually layer by layer. I think that's a good start. So the intent of this flame, I know y'all probably can't tell what it's supposed to be, but it's supposed to be like the edge of a door. And then the next flame actually happens behind the dock. So you'll kind of see the intent of what I'm trying to do in a little bit once I arrange all of these and I do this quickly. I know this looks very abstract, but I think it being abstract will, well, just sort of to enhance the overall concept, hopefully. So now what we do is, this is its own layer, and these four are going to be flames. We're gonna drag this in here. And we're not going to start it until here. So the idea is that it's gonna be the edge of the water, and you're just gonna see a little thing dip above and below the surface. That's kind of the concept. And I'll be adjusting the size of these as needed. Probably a little bit smaller. Yeah, so something really small and short like that is going to be what we're trying to put together after doing the other one. We might even start on part of this one today, because I can't fully understand how to do the water surface effect. Maybe that's something I'm gonna have to like do in like a different program. We've got a long evening of art ahead of us. But we do also have the Twitch recap to do. You know how to draw water. So what I'm actually trying to draw, like what I'm struggling with is let me get to this canvas and then so what I'm struggling with in this canvas is it's like trying to do like a water surface effect. That's what I'm struggling with. Like, you know how on the water they have like the reflective light kind of with the waves, like with the sea foam and all that stuff? So it's not the other animation I'm having an issue with. I'm also going to save this as... Let me save that as Splash. You wonder if there's a trick to... I'm sure there is, like, if we look into, like, a tutorial or something. I'm sure there is. But what I'm gonna do in the meantime is, I'm going to actually move this effect to a completely different layer. So that we can play around with it a little bit more. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. In the meantime, let's save our progress. And I think it's about time to do the Twitch recap. Let me make sure I can get the Twitch recap up. Give me a second to get the recap up. Didn't realize I have to log in twice. Oh, duh, that's what's wrong. And I need the authenticator. Alright, we can go ahead and get this on then. Let me make sure that this is showing. Well, I need to figure out the proper movement and the proper look. That's the thing. I just have to spend the time to like figure it out. Alright. Hello, Eric. What am I making? We're doing an animation, but really quick, we're going to do our Twitch recap. Chat? It is time for the Twitch recap. I don't know if they do one for YouTube creators. I've never seen it before. However, we can do the one for Twitch. So we're working on an animation today. We got a couple of stuff out. I'll hop back to it right after this. Alright. Well, I left that for last clothing because it's not that it's not that it's not important. I wanted to finish the whole animation because if I spend like a couple days getting stuck on just the effect of the water, it feels like kind of unproductive when I can finish the entire animation and then learn how to do a small effect that's more like a finishing effect. But you could make the argument that like the animation is complete without the effect, you know? Like, from my perspective, you might as well keep the ball rolling. Alright. Huh? Wait, where'd you go? Come back. Chat! My thing is gone. Alright, that's weird. How strange. Everything is dead. No, it's not dead. It's not dead. Alright, here we go. This is our Twitch recap. What program am I using the anime? I'm using Clip Studio Paint. The EX version. No, I mean, I can definitely... So, I'm not trying to say that your suggestion is bad. It's just right now my brain is in the mode to... I've been trying to start the recap. It's not that I'm not, like, going to address your does that make sense? Does that make sense? ADHD brain. If I start on that conversation, we won't recap for, like, another 12 minutes. Potentially 20 minutes. Unfortunately, I actually haven't had a lot of time to watch my wife. Because I don't... So, fun fact. I don't keep Twitch on my phone. The reason being is because that would out me. Like, you know... What if someone goes on my phone and they go to my Twitch app and they're like, huh, why are you logged in as Insert VTuber? And I'll be like, oh no, there goes my... You see, chat, you see? I'm a step further than the regular individual. So unfortunately, I can't do the mobile watch hours on my honey. If you ever see me accessing Twitch on mobile, it's using the browser version of mobile desktop. But I rarely do that. Anywho. 2025. Another year. Another year of Santon. We met a lot of new people this year. We met YouTube this year, chat. We started streaming on YouTube this year. So let's see. 2025. This year we came together like never before to stream, hang, and co-create. So let us recap. Alright, we can look at Sally as a viewer. This is me. This is all my desktop hours of the twitching. apologies for the light mode jump scare. So I've watched 1,277 hours of cumulative Twitch TV. I have visited Twitch TV for 336 days. So I suppose I get about a collective month off of Twitch a year, maybe. That's kind of a terrifying statement. My top categories that I watch: Yu-Gi-Oh! Massador, Just Chatting, Alestros, Special Events, and all of us has played so much Kingdom Hearts that Kingdom Hearts 1.5 plus 2.5 Remix is one of my top watched games. I don't even play Kingdom Hearts. Let me make this clear, chat. I do not play Kingdom Hearts. I have never played Kingdom Hearts. All of us just streams a bunch of Kingdom Hearts, and I'm always watching my friends. Okay, sometimes that's a lot. I'm watching All of Us very often because he's up late. So it's very easy to have him on when I'm up late working on something. You're gonna have me play Kingdom Hearts, goodness me. We'll consider adding it as a goal. We'll consider it. Perhaps for next week. My favorite streamers. I'm covering All of Us. Pause. Here we go. My top emotes are Twish Gun, Ration Hello, Maple Hello, Twish Forward, Twish Wave. I have watched 262 hours of All of Us and sent 2,419 chats. I have watched 176 hours of Mr. Raymond Young Die. And we've sent 1,228 chats to his stream. I've watched 86 hours of my wife. Because unfortunately she streams almost the same time that I do. So it's hard for me to watch my wife. So I'm just saying I don't have to watch my wife all the time. She knows that I love her. And I know that she loves me. And of course we watch a lot of Work Hollows. That's my goat. That's my horse. That's my girly. We watch a decent amount of Twitch, I suppose. It's because he's also up late. He's up late when All of Us is up. And he also streams, like, during the day. So if I'm ever working on stuff during the day sometime, and I happen to be at my desktop, then he is on. Also, I think it doesn't count a lot of my watch hours in. So here's the thing, chat. I'll have open Twish, Ray, Maple, and All of Us. I think it doesn't count my Maple hours. Because if I'm watching all 3 or 4 of them, like someone else too, allegedly, like, they might change it. But I've been told that it only counts, like, 2 of the tabs when you are looking in people's tabs. Thank you for the stream, Sweet Floopy. So I actually believe that I have more Maple watch hours than this lets on. And that I'm being cheated out of watch hours on my wife. That's my theory. My theory is that I'm being cheated out of watch hours on my wife. I can't prove it, obviously. I should mute the tab, not the stream. Well, no, so I put everyone down to like 1% volume. But the thing is, I'll have multiple people open. So I don't know how it chooses the, like, priority on the tab. But I think I've been cheated out of Maple watch hours. I think she should be much closer to my Ray watch hours at least. Trying to ruin my marriage, goodness me. Alright, moving on. I have sent allegedly 13,000 chats. I'm pretty chatty, so I suppose that makes sense. My top emotes. I have sent Raisin Hello 138 times. Only 7 times more than I've used Maple Ma Hello. I've used Twish Yell 78 times. Wait a second. These top emotes don't match the top emotes here. The Ava mats. I've used Twish Gun 70 times. Makes sense. I have used Twish Forward 51 times. Chat, the Forward is such a good emote. Tell me the Forward isn't a good emote. It's like a top tier emote. In fact, I'm going to send the Forward right now. Right now. It's just a really good Forward. Allegedly, I'm Emote Artist of the Year. I have had 4 emotes attributed to me. That's pretty darn good. My emotes were used. Wait, really? My emotes have been used 977 times. You've watched Twitch every single day of the year? Wait, no, every single day of the year except for 9 days. This is kind of pretty good. Chat, we need to pump these numbers up. We need to pump these numbers up, chat. Let me zoom out really quick. Chat, we need to pump up these numbers. I want to make it a goal. I think one of our goals for next year, as you know, that we've opened VGen. I want to get this number higher. We must get this number higher, chat. We must have people commission us for emotes, surely. I don't know if that works the way you think it does. Maybe? I don't know. We need this number to be higher, surely. Hype happenings. I've gifted 23 subs. That sounds accurate. I don't give subs often. But sometimes I contribute to my friends, like, comedy bits. Mod of the year. I've sent 7,556 messages as a mod. But let me make this very clear, chat. I'm not actually a mod. Me and my friends just give each other the mod, like, role, but we don't actually do any moderation. I'm not banning people. I've made 75 clips. My top view clip is of course it's a Twitch clip. I suppose we'll watch this clip. Ah, not this one. Alesto's moment. Alright. I clipped this for my teammate. He probably spreaded it around to a lot of people. I've unlocked the chat back. You can't hear it? Oh gosh, dang it. Alright, pause. Ugh. Back to Twitch in the Bucky's costume.
He had So, PK, I'll explain for you because you weren't there. He had Krakatuga, 2 shields, Ash Rabbit, Ambro Eruption. In time. It was incredible. Like, I can't even be mad about it. Like, bro's cool, so like I can't be mad at
Okay, anywho. So that is my viewer recap. Let us finally do... Hello, Snow. Welcome on into this stream. Snow. Let us finally do the annual recap for Santon this week. Dark mode, true. We're back to dark mode, chat. We're back to dark mode. Our high score. We've streamed 607 hours. I had a total of 181 streams. I have streamed a distinct 170 days. We have a total watch hour of 20,574 hours watched on Twitch. Surely, chat, these are rookie numbers. We need to pump these numbers up. It is a lot of hours. Hello, Joel. Welcome on in. You made it just to the start of the streamer recap. I've streamed 607 hours. Okay, actually, we can do the math. We can do the math. Let's do the math, chat. That means if 33 people watch every single stream, if 33 people watch every single stream from start to finish, in terms of hour length, you know, that's about the equivalent. Definitely every stream. Definitely every stream. Our top categories. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. We are in the top 10% of streamers for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. That's not surprising. Our second highest category, Art. I think we would be higher in this category if I wasn't so busy. We are in the top 10% of streamers for Alestos. I'm also not surprised by that. I think we would even be higher in the percentage for Alestos if it weren't for the fact that half of our Alestos content happens in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel channel. Just chatting. And Monster Hunter Wilds. We've actually allegedly streamed more Monster Hunter Wilds than just chatting. Which also makes sense, because we spend majority of our time just chatting in either the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel category or the Art category. My top stream of the year reached 1,009 viewers. 1,090 perhaps? Yapping in Master Duel. I feel like I know what day this was. I think it was post-Dallas. I think it was post-Dallas when Mr. MBT, when Joseph gave us a raid right after Alestos Dallas. Because he had that story about that little girl that we interacted with. So I think it's probably that day. I'm under the assumption that this was probably that day. Hello, Cecilia. I'm assuming it was probably one of those days. Our top tags. I am the English Tendangle Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer. I am the English Tendangle Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer. This checks out. This checks out. 100%. Chat, y'all have chatted 73,363 chats this year, allegedly. I want to know, like, what day they cut this off on. Because technically it's still December. So y'all could, like, hypothetically send another 30,000 chats this month. You know? I wonder what day they, like, cut this off. Makes me wonder. Yeah, have another chat. Spectacular. What is your next goal? 100,000 chats in the Sansley channel. Our top channel emote. Our top channel emote. We have Sansally Hot, Sansally Smug, Sansally Happy, Sansally Spin, and Sundial Dancing. I think December might be a dead zone. So I'm very impressed that Sundial is used so often. Good for Sundial. The Sansally Spin kind of makes sense. Smog is a very good emo. The Heart is a very nice emo. I'm surprised actually at how often Happy is used. I'm really surprised at how often Happy is used. I thought that like OKG. I thought that one of the OKGs. Like the OKGs are actually pretty good emotes. I thought it would be one of the two OKGs. But I suppose that's more of like a me emote. OKG is like my vibes. I'm glad that we have so much positivity. I think the use of my emotes clearly shows positivity. Good job. Good job, chat. Hello, Joa Moonlight. Welcome on in. Hi, hi. We're doing a Twitch recap and then I have art to do. How are you? Welcome on in. It also makes me really happy that people are using the Sansally Spin. The problem is there's 3 OKGs. That's true, there is 3 OKGs. Well, like, okay, you need to look at multiple things, chat. I need to be able to look up, down, to the side. There's a lot of things I need to be reacting to. Once we get more emotes, the OKGs may be adjusted. But I wanted to at least have it be a free emo. Because, like, you know, I think OKG is a good one. Oh, Giggle Split. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Hi, hi. We're doing our Twitch recap. Good for those of y'all joining me. The name's Santon, Sally of Week. Sansally, for sure. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel the one TCG. Sometimes I do one. I'm a TCG lobster lady. Who's out here yapping all the time? Which I think you're about to head into ad. Poverty maxing for life. It's fine, chat. I believe in giving emotes to the people. We also have 7TV installed, if y'all don't know. You're watching Twitch before bed. They recommend English streamers to you when you're a Spanish speaker. Interesting. Expanding your horizons. Well, welcome on in. Lo siento, mi español es muy mal, pero mi stream en inglés. So, that's fine. Please don't make me speak Spanish. I'm really bad at it. But welcome, welcome, welcome. Buenas tardes. Noches. Noches. Alright. My Spanglish is muy terrible. Anywho. Quad gaming. Quad gaming. Duolingo help you learn English better than you thought. Spectacular. Spectacular. My biggest fans. Shoutouts to our biggest fans, aka all of Twitch chat. All of Twitch chat. Chat, don't listen. Don't listen to this. Don't. You're all my biggest fans. You are all my biggest fans. Thank you for the hydrate. I suppose while the ads are going on. While the ads are going on, we can eat a little bit more food. In your defense, Nemnish, you found me halfway through the year or something. I'm going to eat food while these ads play. Rookie numbers, so okay. Also, in your defense, I don't have a set schedule. First off, can I shout out all of us? Can I shout out all of us? You just saw the rewards. Did you watch Yu-Gi-Oh? I am a big Yu-Gi-Oh streamer. I am a huge Yu-Gi-Oh streamer. Your Moonlight, I am in the top 10% of streamers for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. I'm a huge Yu-Gi-Oh! streamer. We are a large Yu-Gi-Oh! streamer. We love Yu-Gi-Oh! in this house. Big Yu-Gi-Oh! energy. We play Yu-Gi-Oh! We do some Yap-Gi-Oh! in this house. Big Yu-Gi-Oh! streamer. Big fan, big fan. My favorite Spanish Yu-Gi-Oh! card is El Difícil. My favorite Spanish Yu-Gi-Oh! card is El Difícil. The Tricky is the funniest translated name I have ever heard. El Difícil. That's my goal. That's my horse. Such a good card. Anyway. Yeah, they translated the Tricky to El Difícil. It's so good. Because that's not technically incorrect, because something tricky could be, like, difficult. You know, like, difficult to comprehend. As opposed to, like, something that's supposed to trick you. Like, something that's supposed to mislead you. So they translated the Tricky to El Difícil. So instead of like tricky as in like, ooh, you're a trickster, it's tricky as in, oh man, this is such a hard puzzle. It's so good. El Difícil. I say that funny. Oh goodness me. Ads last forever. It's not your fault. We're set to 3 minutes of ads, chat. Chat, did you know ads make up half my revenue on Twitch? This is so that y'all don't have to actually give me money. Sanzali can be free for the consumers at a price. The price being ad. Shoutouts to Bello. Bello will come in to almost anything that we're doing. Autograph. Yo, that sounds kind of cute. Okay, hear me out, hear me out. Also, like, I think based on this... Okay, anyone on this list who doesn't have VIP should be getting VIP. I think that's something first that we should do, really quick. I think this is very important. Let me go to my roles manager. So at some point I stopped adding VIPs because we ran out of VIP slots. I think. But I think after a recent raid early in the year, I think I have like 5 more slots or something. So let's go ahead and add Bello to that roster. I think anybody who is, like, you know, I think anybody who is on this list definitely deserves VIP on Twitch TV. Thank you for the head pat. You know, maybe that's why you all recommended me, because I do Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Get that away if you don't want VIP, too late. It is now your curse, your burden. People will know that you're a regular here. People will know. You have the burden of being known. The burden of being known. You can no longer appear and pretend like you're some random. I suppose. Shoutouts to Viskin. Viskin is our mad local. Viskin's very active in all us chat. Shoutouts to all of us. You're very active in all us chat. Hello, Viskin. How are you, Viskin? Viskin, you are now burdened with the task of being known. Congratulations and or condolences. More responsibility. Yes, you are now known. You can no longer pretend to be a random local. People will know that you're some kind of regular here. So here's the thing. I actually don't know, chat, like, what criteria they use for this. Like, Almas definitely has a lot of watch hours. Bushin for sure has a lot of watch hours. So does Floopies. Floopies has been here for, like, ages. Okay, so here's the problem. You say that it's hours watched. But here's the thing. We have confirmation. So, we have confirmation from my friends that it's not just hours watched. I will explain. So, for some reason, Trish is one of Alas's biggest fans. But it's been confirmed that more people outside of the people showcased on Alas's biggest fan page have more watch hours than Trish. Also, Tommy, that's my goat. That's my horse. That's my goat. That's my horse. These are all my goats, all my horses. In one stable, clearly. So I think there's a lot of different contributing factors to this. I think monetary... I think some of it may be monetary contribution. Shoutouts to our local. I don't know how much looking they're doing to get up here. Shoutouts to Deal. Let me double check that Deal and Bushim have Let me double check that Deal and Bushin have VIP. Deal for sure has VIP, but does Bushin have VIP? I'm pretty sure he does, but I could be wrong. Like 90% sure Bushin already has VIP, but you know, I gotta double check just to make sure. Yeah, Bushin does. Okay, cool. Yeah, I just gotta make sure. Yeah, I just gotta make sure. Everyone is burdened with the knowledge of being known. He had like 200 watch hours. Crazy. That's like a third of my total stream time, which is very impressive. Chat. That's very impressive considering that I have no schedule. So here's the thing, chat. Those of y'all who have like a lot of watch hours with other streamers, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I think that's great, right? What I'm trying to say is that it's easier for other people to get high watch hours with other streamers. Because you know when to expect them. I can literally go live at 2 AM in the morning and be like, hello, we are playing Monster Hunter at 2 AM. Or hi, we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At 2 AM. I happen to stream a lot at night. night or right when you're at your PC messing around in the evening. Convenient timing. Convenient. 5 of your top 5 do not have consistent hours and it drives you crazy. Sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Let me check if Div has... I need to check if Div has VIP. I think Div does, but I just gotta double check. Div doesn't have VIP. I'm a fake fan. Holy. Sorry, not sorry. I'm live. Yippee! Ooh. Oh, Phoenix. Happy birthday to your mother. The waiter didn't even come for the first 10 minutes. Goodness me. Happy birthday, Mother Phoenix. But also, chat, if you're not on this list, I want to shout y'all out too. You are also my goal. You are also my horse. Holy Tommy, thank you for the 5 stream streak. You can count to the number 5. That's crazy. Cause like chat, if it counted stream streak, like Arm and Phoenix would be on here. Arm and Phoenix have like some of the longest stream streaks in the channel. But I really do appreciate y'all hanging out with me. It's been very nice. It's very, very nice. I never really thought I would be very much of a streamer. I know there's like much more successful streamers than me. But I do think it's nice. Yeah, I can go live at the drop of a hat and people will want to come hang out with me. Wanna go off? What do you mean let me go off? What am I doing? What am I doing? So I appreciate the support from everyone. Whether you are a new viewer, an old viewer, whether you know the extreme old lore, the new lore, the new lore. What does it mean to be in the top 0.01% viewer of someone in their YouTube channel? I think it means you watch a lot of their YouTube videos. If not almost every single YouTube video. No, that makes sense, Phoenix. Like, I don't know. Here's the thing, chat. We don't know how they calculate this. Because Twitch has less watch hours than like 20 people in Oros's Discord. But he's in one of Oros's biggest fan centers. So there's a lot of factors. There's a lot of factors in mind. We may never know how they calculate this. Allegedly, we had 3 stream togethers. Our top collaborators are Pumi and Oros. There's Chat EXP and YouTube. Oh. You think it's based on how long hours are in the stream? Y'all know it's really hard for me to collab. It's not that I don't like hanging out with people. It's because I don't know my schedule, so it's really hard to schedule with people. I would love to collab more. We had a really big collab this year. Shoutouts to that collab. We have received 283 raids. Which is a lot. I think a lot of people raid us because similar to all of us, we're on later in the evening. Who has raided me? Pumi is my goat, my horse. She has raided us 21 times. Walk has raided us 17 times. Gutter has raided us 12 times. Shoutouts to Gutter, Walk, and Pumi. All streamers that I love, love, love. I love hanging out. We hang out with Walk a lot. We just haven't had time to hang out with her on stream this year. Me and gotta have a good occasional conversation. We have sent 157 waves. I think this is because sometimes when we stream, the stream cuts out in the middle. So it counts as a new stream. Which means if we do the math on how many raids sent, and what, we had like, what, 170 streams? That means 13 times we've streamed and we've had the stream cut out. Pumi doesn't like seafood but loves me. Well, that's because Pumi's not trying to eat me. Thank goodness she's not trying to eat me. Who did I raid? Chat, we have sent 26 raids to all of us. Because all of us is on late. We have sent 18 raids to Twish and 11 raids to Sen. Sen usually starts like at midnight my time. Sometimes an hour later. So if we're up super late, we can raid into Sen. But if we end at regular Sansally hours, you'll usually end up at Since we've sent 157 raids, I can prove that I've raided like 100 other people. Okay, maybe not 100 other people, but I've raided more people than what's on this list. There have been 21 Sansally clips, with 17 unique clippers. I'm kind of impressed. Because honestly, chat, I'm not a very clippable streamer. If you compare me to a lot of other streamers, we don't do particularly clippable content. It's very hard to clip the culmination of an entire conversation, you know. I think I'm a great conversationalist. I wonder what was clipped. Let us check out what was clipped. Our top viewed feature clip. From the Skyhawk stream. We need to start from the beginning and turn on the volume part.
This is fun. Thank you very much for having me. Remember, chat. The name Santon Salieri. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, the One Piece TCG. Lately, I've been getting into a card game called The Less Rules.
You believe this guy? You believe that guy, Sam? Skyhawk is really quiet in that clip. That's the problem. Let me see if I can get him louder. He's really quiet in the clip.
This is fun. Thank you very much for having me. Remember, chat. The name Santon Salieri. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, the One Piece TCG. Lately, I've been getting into a card game called The Less Rules.
And I had to immediately lower the volume on that app. Because I'm much louder. Shout out to Skyhawk. That's my goat. That's my horse. Our hype happening. Thank you everyone for 1,070 new followers. 1,070 new Stay friends. 143 new subscribers. Well, Skyhawk is a very talented voice actor, don't you know? We've had 25 hype tweets. Thank you everyone for supporting Lobster. Oh, fam, how are you? LDS, thank you for the hydrate, thank you for the posture check, thank you for the snack. Oh, hello, Neos, welcome on in. Hi, YouTube. Unfortunately, I don't think YouTube has a recap. This is the Twitch recap, but I don't think YouTube has a recap, which is kind of a shame. How am I doing today? Not too shabby, not too shabby. Snack is eating some more of our food. big economy, chat. Big economy. So last year we used 3.1 million channel points. That means our gross domestic spending on channel points is up by 400,000. We have 3.5 million channel points being spent. Our gross domestic spending is higher than last year. We need to continue this upward trend, chat. We need to be hitting at least 3.6 million next year, alright? We gotta be hitting at least 3.6 million next year. If we are not spending more dragon nails next year, I'm going to be very disappointed in the state of our economy. We aim for 4 million, chat. 4 million. 4 million channel points next year. I'm gonna have to think of some good redeems. 4 million channel points. In fact, you're going to have a lot of cool redeems next year. With our upcoming secret debut. 3 million. Hello, Samuel. With this economy, I know, right? 3 million channel points. 3.5 million channel points. Oh, hi, welcome on you. 1 centillion dragon nails. Cool. So we've unlocked our chat badge, and this is our overall recap. I suppose we should probably share this on Twitter or something. So let me go ahead and do that. Let's share this on Twitter. But for those of y'all just joining us, this is the Twitch recap for the channel. Every year, Twitch does a recap of how many hours we streamed on Twitch, how many hours people watched us, our top categories, tags, and all that kind of stuff. Our emotes, our fans, our collabs, our raids, our clips. Big statistics. Big statistics. The community recap, I don't think is actually like our community. I think this is like all of Twitch. Yeah, I think this is all of Twitch. That's like the thing. I don't think this is like actually like our community. Yeah, I thought that we had one for the entire community too. I thought that was real neat, real interesting. It's a lie. It's a lie! So our viewer recap, I'm sorry, flashbang. For those of you who are just joining us, our viewer recap is pretty straightforward. Watch a lot of my friends, we watch a lot of my wife. We watch a lot of all of us, we watch a lot of Maple, we watch a lot of Ray. We watch a lot of Wolf. We watch a decent amount of Twitch. We're going back to dark mode. I just need to grab the picture. Chat, I just need to grab the picture. It's fine. We're back. Look. I'll go ahead and post this on Twitter for anyone who's interested. I might also... What is that at? Blue Sky. Let's go to Blue Sky. Our, like, bi-monthly post on Blue Sky. Whoa, what's happening on Blue Sky? What do I have? I forgot that Hexalex is active on Blue Sky. Alright. New post for Blue Sky. Our Twitch recap for 2025. Alright, it's just that simple. That one's uploading. Big numbers, chat, big numbers. But yeah, chat, we have big goals. We got big goals, alright? We gotta up our numbers. We gotta up our numbers. Our gross domestic spending on dragon nails. must go up. I'm not sure how we're going to accomplish it, chat. Oh, Julio, I don't know how we're going to accomplish it. But I will find a way. You will not contribute. Everyone needs to save up for the bento box. Well, clearly if like 5 people would deem bento boxes, that gets us to 2.5 million. So it's fine. If y'all just redeem the bento box sometime next year, you get us like an eighth of the way to our goal of 4 million channel points. Everyone else, y'all got heavy lifting to do. Oh, blocking. Y'all got heavy lifting to do, alright? Heavy lifting to do. We have big numbers to reach. Big numbers. And you know what? Let's pump up these numbers too. Surely. Surely we will find clippable content. Surely. You need me to stream a lot? You're gonna keep dropping hydrates? Thank you. Start stream sleeping or something? Goodness me. I'll try my best. I'll try my best. Yeah, let's keep up our emote numbers. These are great numbers. I'm glad y'all are using them. You're going to have to scrounge for points, just like everyone else. Poor YouTube doesn't even get points. Have you considered the less fortunate? Have you considered the less fortunate at all? Huh? YouTube doesn't even accumulate channel points. Have you no consideration? They choose YouTube by choice. It's their... No, it's not. If they found me on YouTube, that's not their fault. That's not their fault. How would they find me if not for YouTube? Fake fan. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Shout out to YouTube. I have some real ones on YouTube, chat. I have some real ones on YouTube. Y'all have been asking for YouTube content since the anniversary duel. Since the Chandra deck profile, y'all have been asking for Sansely on YouTube. Since the Rabbit collab, y'all have been asking for Sansely on YouTube. I finally delivered. And people are ecstatic to have Sansely on YouTube. Shout out to YouTube. Oh, Chandra. No one wants Lobster Ball GT episode 2. Also, I don't know what we're supposed to do with future, like, lobster skits. Because here's the thing, chat. The nature of lobster skits are supposed to be that they're never repeated. They're only supposed to be performed once. So if we stream to YouTube, I'm either going to have to nuke the video, or I need to pause the stream on YouTube for the length of the lobster skit. And then resume. And that sounds kind of dumb. The artistic integrity of the lobster skits cannot be compromised. They are performative pieces of art. They are only performed once. This is very important to the integrity of the lobster skit. I mean, screw artist integrity. It's a metaphor for early 2000s anime. Clearly. Alright, chat. Good recap. Good recap, chat. Good recap. It's time to do some art. We'll never know. We'll never know. You'll just have to believe in your heart that the heroes will always overcome their evil threat. Also, like, did y'all forget that Cooler was also around? Like, what about Cooler? Huh? Cooler was also around. Cooler wasn't as cool, or like, you know. Well, that's because their dad's still alive. He's ice cold. Anywho. Back to art. Back to art. Big fan of us. I'm a big fan of you, all of us. Pause chat. We have to bring back. Pause. We have to bring back the stats. Now that all of us is here. We gotta bring back the stats for all of us. Chats, shout out to all of us. Big fan. Shout out to all of us. Big fan. I didn't give all of us VIP, my bad. All of us, I have to give you VIP. But chat, how am I supposed to give all of us VIP? You can't have VIP and mod at the same time. What am I supposed to do, chat? What am I supposed to do? Why can't I give all of us every role? Unmodded for VIP. Suffering from success. So true. Pause. Community. Roles manager. Alright. Very big update. Very big update. No, it's one or the other. It's one or the other, chat. There's no in between. It's one or the other. You could only be a mod or a VIP. So it looks like all of us is just gonna have to be a VIP for like 2 days or something. Chat, I don't have real mods. I hope y'all know that. I don't have real mods. I give people swords because they're my friends. Chat, we don't need any moderation in Sans Elite, chat. As long as everyone behaves themselves, we don't need any moderation. What do you mean you disagree? Don't make me moderate you. We don't need sacrifices. We don't need anything like that. No, I'm not going to... We're not sacrificing anyone. There's no one to appease. 20 hours. What do you mean 20 hours? No, we're not doing that. When you see. No, chat. We don't need to do that. Silly Twitch chat. Silly Twitch. So lobster-phobic. Can we not be lobster-phobic in my channel? I've taught y'all better than this. We're putting away the list. We're putting away the list. Anyway, so this one I expect to be like a very fast one to animate. I think it's gonna be very cute, very simple. You hate lobster tails? That's wonderful news. That means that you won't eat me, and that's one of the most beautiful things I've heard all week. You know how many people threaten to eat me on a daily basis? Such a weight off my shoulders. That's my goal. That's my goal. It has such a wonderful, considerate chat community. The best soup you've ever made was using a seafood stock you made with lobster tails. Look, Cat, the reality is you're allowed to eat other lobsters. You're just not allowed to eat meat. Very simple, Cat. Very simple. Very simple. Going to be kind of lazy. It occurs to me that like half of this board you won't even see in the frame. So we gotta adjust this even smaller. Because if y'all look on the screen, the real frame is like... the real frame! It's like right here. So we're gonna have to redo this section. Pussies. Quizzes, chat! Quizzes! Swamp mode. Hello, welcome on here. I suppose we can update the title. The title of the stream. On Twitch TV. You think Swan Sully is a catfish? I mean a crayfish? Ah, a clawfish. Oh? Potentially. You need to go to bed. Good night now. What we're actually going to do is I'm going to do this thing called vanishing point perspective. Well, I determined what I want to be the horizon. And to do these lines on the board, I'm going to draw lines from the horizon. However, we might have to actually do a multi-point perspective. I will explain. Because the actual framing is supposed to be more like a rectangle. We're gonna go like this. Such that this somehow makes like a room. That's like the idea, is that everything vanishes onto the same horizon. And now that we've done that, we can start erasing. For all of the places that we don't want the line. hello. Good morning, Connie. Good night, Nemness. Thank you for hanging out. I'm alright. That was just my knee. This isn't perfect on the perspective. I suppose it's about as good as we're gonna get it. So I don't know why this line was so... Why was this line so off compared to this one? We did everything proper to the vanishing point. Perhaps I am missing something perspective-wise. What we're going to do is we're just going to do that. And that clearly goes closer to what I was intending. Perspective-wise. And this is supposed to be wood. So I was going to draw like little wood grain patterns. I'm not very good at drawing wood. And I don't know if we draw too much of the grain pattern, if it detracts from like the look of the wood or not. But, you know, trust the process. Trust the process. Yeah, I'm gonna make a different layer for each little wood pattern. Some will be much more simple than others. And that's all. That is A-okay with me, please. I hope that kind of looks like wood. I hope that this gives out the wood effect that we're kind of looking for. I don't know if that looks a little bold. Do I know the ancient inspecting wood meme? Inspecting wood. Inspecting wood. The one about, is it the one about checking the wood stove, or is that the one where it's like, was it a book or a magazine, and the guy's just like looking at a brick of wood or something? I feel like I vaguely remember this. Yeah, it's like one of those ones where it's like, you know how they have those books where it's like, oh, X book for dummies? Yeah, I feel like that's what that was. What is actually supposed to look like that, but trust the process. Trust the process. One really funky piece of wood. It just permanently seared into your brain. I think an older format. This one's like not one of the oldest formats. It's definitely older on the internet, but it's not like super old. Like, I think the average person can still remember it. I would like to think. I like to think that the I'm alright. I need to stop moving. I feel like one that people would remember is like the socially awkward penguin. And like the socially awesome penguin. No, okay. We don't need to be careful, chat. It's fine. We'll just suffer. Oh, I forgot to record the start of our time lapse for this. They're not gonna see us trying to draw the wood. It's one chain. Kids today only know TikTok and number memes. I don't know. I feel like the definition of meme too has really evolved. But I will say that, like, I think TikTok confirms that Vine was... if y'all remember Vine. I think TikTok confirms that, like, Vine was, like, far before its time. Free hydrate, yeah. Free hydrate with me. Like, TikTok just proves that, like, Vine was a genius idea. It was just very underappreciated for its time. And there was no way to, like, properly monetize, like, short-form video content at the time. The way to monetize short-form video content was to attempt to turn yourself into a YouTuber. Which, not a very great idea. You have all these ones with like very intricate wood patterns, and I have these like ones on the edge where it's just straight lines. Something about that is comical to me. Alright. Hopefully that's good enough of like a... This is supposed to be like a deck or something, I suppose. Something like that. Something like that. So now this looks more like a wood deck. Now we have to draw... We've drawn the deck. Let's kind of build out the environment, you know? We're gonna kind of build out the environment. We gotta draw the water. We gotta draw the water and all that stuff. Gotta get in our horizon. Got half water. Half sky, half water. There's the sky, and then there's the water. I'm not in love with that color of water. There's kind of an appeal to like a kind of stormy-ish water, but not really. Like, kind of like a salty seawater, you know? Y'all see how this is kind of like a salty seawater color? Then we gotta do the sky. What color is this sky? I don't know if I want it to be sunset or not. I think I'm going with... This is the biggest thing I have issues with. I'm never sure what color to make the sky when the water is blue. Oh, so Spice, thank you for the snack. I still have some more food. But for the, you know, the sake of the snack redeem, I'm going to eat a couple goldfish for the, you know, for a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, make it yellow or green or something. So true. I'm a big JoJo fan. Big JoJo fan. I will say that I haven't kept up with it in a long time. I haven't kept up with it in a long time, but like... They give you an idea for the real fans out there, for the real ones. They give you an idea how long I have been following the series. If y'all were remembering when we had very poor translations of Part 5, and no one knew how the stand worked, I was a little bit disappointed in how they adapted that into the anime. Because the thing was, for English readers, most people don't know this, is that it was translated improperly. So no one actually knew. There's like a big reveal in Part 5 as to how a stand is supposed to look. And none of the English readers knew what it did. And everyone in the, like, actual, like, show and manga at the time also don't know how it works. But, like, us as the reader, the viewer, will actually explain how it works. But the way that the translation happened was that we just... no one knew how it worked. It was kind of one of the best mistakes that ever happened. No, but here's the thing, like, it was so funny. In my opinion, I have a... People will argue with me on this opinion. I think people like it more when they watch the anime because they actually know how it works. But I think from like a generational perspective, like, you know how people like to go to the cinema to watch certain movies or something? You know, or like people like to like watch stuff as it's airing? As a person who experienced that in real time, I would not change how that went down. That was the funniest thing ever. It was so good. It was peak comedy, chat. It was amazing. Like, I thought this was like the biggest blame thing on like the author. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Like, no one knows. And we learned later that it was a mistake. I'm like, oh, okay, you know what? This makes a lot more sense. But like, it was really funny. It was really funny. It was really funny. Good time, good time. And like the best part is like back then it's like me and my friends would read it together. So like someone would be like on Skype. Okay, I was supposed to start Steel Ball Run. I actually never got to Steel Ball Run. I had gotten to like the first couple chapters of like Stone Ocean before they stopped, like, you know. I've heard great things about Steel Ball Run. I've seen excerpts and I know a little bit of the plot because my friends are mad yappers. But like clearly once they're done with the anime, I can just catch up by watching the anime. Big brain. I've been on hiatus for reading so long that I can just watch it. Genius play, chat. Genius play by Ciancely. Also, we need to update the to-do list. Oh, chat, we forgot to review big Ciancely moments. Chat, we forgot the to-do list. Very unfortunate. Oh well. She proceeds to... she proceeds to do absolutely nothing. I'm gonna draw those clouds though. There we go. Some clout. You didn't like how Netflix handled Port 6? Drop half the season 6 months apart? That's such a strange way to do something. So I'm gonna do one better for y'all, chat. we're gonna not only are we gonna do the JoJo special, we're gonna get both the green and the yellow. It actually looks surprisingly cute. I kind of like that color. It matches my color scheme. It's alright. I like the green, I think, potentially more than the pink, but let me see. Let us perhaps go back to the... Yeah, I'm a fan of the green. I'll say this. Then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take like a brown color. It's gonna be the base color for our dog. Then we're gonna go up here and... I like the orangest color and we're going to just... I feel like a soft... A little bit of warm color. Just a little bit of warm color. Something like that. Something like that. And we'll go ahead and save. Another animation photo. Mm. So I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try to make this look like the antennae dip under the water. That's kind of the goal with this. So something like... Oh, hello, Julio. How are you? So just a little really short, really short, like dip under the water type thing. Very subtle, very subtle nod that something may be below this one. We probably want some flames before this too. Probably like one right here. So let me... on the onion skin. Then we can hop over to this later. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to fill this in with white, and then we're gonna recolor these black. Hope you're doing well, Julio. And then we'll see how that looks. Very subtle, very subtle. Yeah, it's actually coming along pretty nicely. We may even finish this much shorter one within this stream. Which would be kind of impressive, I'm not gonna lie. We have been streaming for a little bit over 2 hours. I'm gonna save our progress, and then we are going to be okay, did not mean to do that. We will leave this on loop for y'all, and then I'll be happy for a minute or two. Alright, we're back. I also got some more food because I am an insatiable eater, clearly. Alright. Now, this doesn't follow our tail design, like, exactly, but, no. It's alright. It's alright sometimes to exaggerate stuff for the sake of the animation. It's also alright to use tools to make it easier for you to draw. Like, I flipped the canvas here because it makes it easier for me to draw certain curves at certain angles. And then we'll color in the tail when we're done with like the base. And then the little splashing motion, I'm gonna actually have on its own. So now that we take off the we're going to go ahead and go back and see how this is looking. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide the... I'm gonna hide this guide layers. What layer is this? Uh-huh. Okay, that last part happened a little fast. There should be one more frame at the end where the tail dips like a little bit down before going all the way. That's why it's looking a little choppy. I'm going to duplicate this layer. Go to this layer first. I'm going to erase this. Put back on the onion skin. and head to this layer. And follows the curve like this, so I'd expect the tail to look kind of like this. It's all just guesstimation in my mind, by the way. I am in no way a professional animator. This is just in my head what I think would probably look right, and if we need to adjust it, we'll adjust it. Yeah, there we go. I think that's actually looking pretty proper, all things considered. Very cute, small little animation. Nothing too crazy. Go ahead and save. We'll drink some more water. We'll color in the tail. Do the little water splash. And I think we'll be good. I wonder if we even want a water splash. Maybe we want it to be very subtle. I'm gonna take a look at my tail from here to try to see. Let's go all white first, and then we can add a layer. Go all white first on the tail, and then we can add a layer where we do a little bit more the pop up. I think that is a good line of action. So here, we're definitely going to make this pink. The bottom of our tail is pink. Then for this one, we'll make a new layer. We will go pink into a light blue. into this layer. Go ahead and save our progress. And see how that. I wonder if we need the wave thing. To be honest, I wonder if the wave thing is kind of distracting, or if the wave should be a little smaller. But luckily we have a good way to test out. So all we gotta do is we gotta come up here to our layer. This folder, I'm gonna name it Sand Swim. I'm going to duplicate this layer. And then in this duplicate layer, we're gonna go into each flame. The flames that would have the water. And I'm going to turn off and clean up. The water. We might be able to easily achieve this by doing this instead. I'm liking this compared to the other one. I do think it does look more subtle if we don't have the wave line. It's making me wonder if I should make the tail dip even faster. We go here, and then I feel like it lingers really fast. I'm gonna increase the speed. Also wonder if we should change the position of the start of the tail. That feel more natural. I wonder if we should angle it. Yeah, mine actually like look a lot smoother. Having like the angle. Yeah, like, I think it does flow a lot better. I might even move it a little forward, to be honest. So let's see. If we turn on our onion skin. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna put my finger on the screen. I might actually move these over a little. I'm gonna move this to the left like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pixels. I'm gonna move this one to the left 5, 6 pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think that like subtle shift might make a difference to making it look smoother. It really skips in the middle. I wonder with like with this new angle, if we could push it back to the old length. Oh, hello, Castillo. Hi, welcome, waiters. Your name's Santon, Sansui, for sure. I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Master the one TCCG. Sometimes I do I'm a TCG lobster lady who, like I said, sometimes does art. Today we're working on a little animation. How was your stream? What were you all up to today? Hi. Let me show you all. We're just having a chill day. We're having a chill day today. Welcome on in. Thank you for sharing your community with me. Today's art we're working on is a little animation. Very simple animation. Hello, Kufuin. It's been a little bit. Thank you for the head pat. It sounds weird. Well, thank you. Mighty kind of you. I don't know, my voice gets a little rough sometimes. I promise it's not always like that. So apologies in advance. It's when the accent comes out more. I'm working on just like a little short colored animation. It's kind of skipping in the middle here. So I might actually want an in-between. Either from here to here or here to here. Probably we'll try an in-between here. A viewer recommended me for raid. Aww. Why, thank you. I'm glad you took the recommendation. Very honored. Quite honored. Oh, hi. I think we're having a pretty good stream. We have a lot of chill days like this when I'm just hanging out. Wait, is it think y'all have to head out get a snack or something, y'all don't need to stick around. Oh, but if not, you're welcome to hang out. Huh? Basically what I'm doing here is I'm kind of just trying to make this animation as smooth as possible. Sometimes in order to do that, you gotta take some creative liberties. I'm gonna grab the pink from this layer. Pop that here. See how that looks. I'll see how that looks. See if that one flows in. I think it does. I think it does flow better now. I might even adjust the starting point of the white hump. You have to head out, but thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you like the art. I think we'll have a spectacular stream. Cute. Alright, let's save our progress. I think now that we've added more frames, I can actually push this to start back here again. Maybe? Hmm. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that. Let me go back to this and compare. I think I do prefer this one. I think I do prefer this one to this one. We could just leave it at that. Yeah, we could just leave it at this, and this is pretty darn solid. Very, very subtle, very subtle. So now that we figured out the animation length, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend the canvas out. I'm going to take this layer that we just edited. And we're going to move this to the middle. So we're going to increase the length of the animation so that it's very like subtle. So kind of just like imagine like there's nothing happening and then it, you might miss it if you blink. You might miss it if you blink. That's actually a whole lot of liquid too. That is a lot of liquid. Makes me wonder if, we should try something. I'm gonna take my copy of Sand Swim. We're gonna duplicate the layer. I'm gonna call this Colored Lines. I'm gonna hop in, and we're going to edit the color of the line. So what color? Probably like a purplish. To see how I like it with the purple. see which one I like better. If I even like this at all, it might look weird. Yeah. We could try a darker purple. I don't like this light purple. We can try a darker purple. If not, we're gonna go back to the black. There's a non-zero chance that I just won't like how it looks. But, you know. That's why we see how we like it. No, I'm not. Well, we're going back to the black. It was what the look. It was cute to put into consideration. I think black is just more like copper in the flame. I know this one was like much more simple than the other animation. I'm still kind of impressed at how quickly we were able to do this one. If only all the animations I planned were this simple. Go ahead and I'm gonna export this animation. And then I'm going to actually drop this in. Right now. We can see how that turned out together. Huh? You notice how it flops, right? Y'all can see that, right? How it flops. So like where the little black lines on the screen here is where it flops to. So we only see a portion of the whole picture. It does feel a little choppy, but I think if you're not like watching it on loop, it looks fine. I think if you're watching it on loop, you can clearly kind of see how choppy it is. But we take those. We take those. A cute little practice animation, done and done. I'm pretty happy with that. Wild Sand Sleep. Yeah. Normally when I work on projects, they are very long. They're very long and they are very I'm trying to think of the correct word. They're not bold, it's not venturous, it's ambitious, yeah. Thank you, Lojo. Have a good evening. I have very ambitious ideas. Very ambitious ideas. So I rarely get to finish art like in one stream. Because a lot of my stuff ends up being kind of complicated. Because I'm very ambitious. they take a long time to finish. It's been a really long time since I just like finished something in the stream. I'm very happy with it. I think it's cute. Good call on the JoJo colors for the sky. I think the green and yellow was very cute. I need to figure out what we're doing with this. I need to look at tutorials for the water. But again, I'm very happy with how this turned out. That is... one of the ones I was hoping to get finished, and I'm glad we did. I'm trying to now look through... oh, Shane, thank you for following. I'm trying to look through the rest of my... I do a lot of these storyboards on paper. Trying to look through the rest of my storyboards to see what else we're working on. Again, chat, well, we're no way like any kind of like professional... it's just more like something I'm hoping to practice on. But hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. We're hanging out. I'm yapping. I'm working on art. We finished up this really small little piece that I'm pretty happy with. Now I'm trying to look through to see what else we got going on storyboard-wise. We can keep doing some art. This one I didn't do a very detailed storyboard for because it's going to be like a very quick one. Almost as quick as this one. So we'll go ahead and we'll open up our animation base. Save our animation base. And we're going to save this as... and I'm going to record the time lapse this time because we forgot to do that last time. So we're gonna do it this time, for sure. I wanna make sure that I'm logging stuff appropriately. So this is only like a 2-part storyboard. Storyboard is very simple. We have the little lobster here. I intend for it to crawl. That's what the arrow is. To show intent for motion. That wasn't clear. Then I'm going to drag the timeline smaller. We surely don't need a timeline that big. And then I'm gonna go ahead and this one. So this one is going to be however many seconds worth of lobster crawling. So I'm actually gonna do is we're gonna be a little lazy about this. It's a little trick we can do. I'm gonna take the lasso tool. I'm going to lasso the lobster. We're going to copy it. I am now going to paste the lobster. I'm going to duplicate this bottom layer. And then I'm going to erase both lobsters. I know you still see the lobster on top, but you'll understand what I'm trying to do in a moment. I'm going to duplicate this again. I'm gonna hide this. Now I'm gonna move this and put it where the original was. If you remember, we had one here. So I'm gonna put it where the original is. And we're gonna just use that to like pace out the coal. I believe Clip Paint actually has a tween function. I don't know how to do that, so we're going to duplicate this. So that was 6 of 6 flame. Huh? Do that exactly number 6. Actually. 6, and then we can go to flame number 9, and then we can duplicate this. And then in this middle flame, we're going to take the lobster, and we're going to move it into the middle of the screen. Genius. So now if we prepare this correctly, it's going to now look like the lobster's crawling. And we're going to make that more proper, but this is to get the intent of this like little animation. Just a very short little. The lobster crawls to the top of like the little sandbar overhang, and then it looks out at the ocean. This one's very short, simple, sweet. We're gonna do like a couple of these just cause. Is this a question mark? What is a question mark? Is this a people leave? I don't know if it's a people leave. I think it's just more of like a... I just wanted something simple. It took a second for the people leave to show up on screen. Yeah, this one's like very short, just like looking over at the beach. I wanted something where we could do some scenery. I also think these like shorter exercises are really productive. That's the dragon nails. This is not the dragon nails. Apologies if I missed your message a while back. But that is not the dragon nails. This is the lobster. It's the lobster that's on my arm. You see this little guy right here? This little guy right here on my arm. That y'all normally don't see because I'm so tiny in the corner. He's going on a walk. He's living his best life, chat. Living his best life. Going on a little walk. The Lapstini's going on a little walk. Yeah. My very rudimentary little... Trust the process, chat. Trust the process, okay? Trust the process. The like my headcanon for the lobster is that the arms are much shorter than what you see. That's my headcanon. My headcanon is it has very little stubby little claws. Yeah, let me cook chat, let me cook. So I planned these shorter little animations for today because, like, chat, we're 3 hours into the stream. We finished one of the two. I might even be able to finish both tonight. And that's kind of a new record for me. The last frame looks like Pikachu. I suppose I can kind of see that. The, like, lobster angle. The lobster angle, I suppose, like, is, you know, a little questionable. Also, Twitch chat. We are 3 followers off of 3,000 followers on Twitch. On the Twitch TV. Goodness me. Also, Twitch, we're about to head into ads. But, you know, we're making good progress. We're 3 hours into the stream. If we do this right, we can finish this in an hour. This is the thing about animation, chat. Like, right now, these are only 3, pictures. It takes a long time to set up animation, despite it only being, like, 3 pictures. Like, despite it only being a couple of pictures, it takes a while to do. Sometimes I question why I picked, like, one of the most difficult art mediums as my little thing that I want to practice. I could not tell you. I just think it's neat. I wish I picked something similar. I mean, not similar. I wish I picked something simpler sometimes. Because, like, it is a little rough. So we're going to lighten that. I'm gonna make a new little folder. And we're gonna start on the line art. We're gonna start on the line art for this. One of my weakest things is line art. So these are also a way for me to practice line art. Force myself to do these, put in the practice, put in the time. You're going to see me redraw the same line like a bajillion times. A bajillion times. Quite a many. Quite a many. But it's alright. It's alright. When I draw the line that I want to draw, I will know it when I see it. Now it's pretty darn good. I'm going to take that. I'm going to take it. The way that I draw the lobster for this stream is very abstract. But I think there's something, like, kind of endearing to that. To it being so abstract. sure if I like it or not. I think I like the front claw. I don't think I like the top claw. Yeah. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Surely it'll be. Now we have to do all the stuff again. Though I think that is pretty darn good. I like the idea that like the lobster kind of has a little bit of a like the segments going. A little bit of segmentation. Okay, the little claw is not very consistent. We need to make the little claw bigger. But that is the great thing about digital art, is that it's very forgiving. Very forgiving. Now I have to clean up the line weight. To kind of make sure it matches up. Unfortunately, there's like no good way to do that. It's kind of like either erase it or redraw it. I'm a little lazy to redraw it. You know what we'll do? We will use the previous flame as a little bit of a reference guide. So then we're not drawing the exact same color, but a pretty darn close color. You can kind of cheat and make the line look thicker by putting in outline. So now it looks about just as thick as the previous. Let's see how this looks. I don't know if I want to make this like really smooth or if there's something like cartoony about it just stuttering apart. I'll have to see when we're done with these first couple. Alright, on to the next one. It's almost a super clean tail. You can get really close. Yeah. Let me see if I can move this episode. And then this is a new frame entirely, but we can still draw out the luster. What's the losses in this frame? Something like that. Let us cook, chat. Let us cook. I think once we start adding the background, it will start to come together a little bit more. So let's start doing the background, foreground type of. So this is actually gonna last all the way until this. It's surprisingly an interesting amount of motion. If I cut this in half. Maybe move it over one more. Surprisingly smooth, all things considered. I should probably fix the claws in the last frame, but surprisingly smooth. Like, for being a very, like, choppy animation, it's very animatic. Very animatic. Kinda cool. And I'd imagine with this last frame, it would linger. I would imagine it lingers and it stares out on the horizon to the ocean over there. That's how I imagine this one. Obviously, this one is not as smooth as the other one. I may have to actually redraw the claws on this one. Let me do this. Let me see if we can do better claws. I'm gonna duplicate this layer. On this layer, I'm going to erase the claws. Redo pipe. Go here. I will keep this. Julio. Thank you for hanging out. Get our little red color. Oh, one more frame. Pop up to here, grab this. And then we'll see how that one looks. I wonder if that's is that too sharp of a tone? Yeah, no, it'll be slowly, it'll be fine. I think there's something a little cute to, like, sometimes have it a little bit chunky of an animal. I think having a little bit choppy flames sometimes can be really cute. I'm not really one to know much about cell shading or that kind of fancy stuff, but try to add a little bit of like light logic to the lobster. Might make it a little cute, maybe. That or it's gonna look funky, but you know what? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out right now. Cool. Ah, cushions. Okay, we can solve this. We can solve this. I will go here. I will grab this. I will fill this in. I will go back up to here. We are going to get rid of all this. Sometimes you gotta be careful, chat. I was coloring in on the same layer as the background layer. Like, that's not a good thing, because that means both these colors then would be on the same layer. It would make it harder for, like, anytime I want to, like, erase something. Or make any kind of adjustment. Is this a gift for Twitch? What is it, grabbing? I think it's just walking. It's just walking. Snack plate. It might be. I mean, I think I just like the concept of, like, world building. I think it could be cute for Twitch. I think I just like the concept of, like... I'm drawing familiar shapes. I'm not trying to put too much thought into anything right now. I think it definitely could be for Twitch. It's kind of short, but I'm sure we can figure something out. I'm just guessing what the cell shading light would be. I'm just making it again though. It could potentially look like this. Something. Ooh. So we're kind of locked in on trying to get this coloring thing going on. Yeah, on the left. Since this one is much further away, what if I want the angle on the light to be a little different. Why does that look strange? Sure, it's fine. The line logic might be a little bit different, but I'm sure it's okay. It looks strange, we'll just change it again. Go ahead and save. We'll head to the background. That's too bright. A little bit light, it's just a tad bit. One more layer for the wall. I think the little shine on the right side of the lobster's back looks weird because we only had shines on the left side. So I think we can keep this top shine, but I think the one going down the back's gonna unfortunately have to go. I'm gonna duplicate this layer in case I want to save it. Oh, Miniarty, here for the yapping. Welcome on in. Work on a little small animation right now, nothing too crazy. I'm not a professional when it comes to art. I'm just trying to learn what I can. And a good way to do that is just a bunch of practicing. That's what we're doing tonight. We're practicing like little small animations. Because sometimes I have very ambitious goals. And it said ambitions often will land me in situations where I spend months without like finishing any real work. for better or for worse. Just because, like, I'm trying so hard to finish some. So, I'm trying to do, like, some smaller exercises tonight. It's kind of a thing. Trying to draw this lobster doing a little crawl. Now, I could do in-betweens of the crawl. But something about it, like, doing the little choppy walk-up is very cute. We finished this one early in the evening, which went very smoothly. I thought it was really cool. So, how am I gonna go and I'm probably going to adjust this line. Whether I'm just going to change the color or what we're gonna do with it, I'm not entirely quite sure yet, but be a good start to try to do something with it. I like how subtle the color is. I'm not sure how it's going to look on this one. Where, like, the difference between the two is a little bit more pronounced. Hello, Spaders. What's snapping? The yapping is what's happening, surely. Just trying to do a little bit of art. Hope everyone's doing alright. Oh, what we can do to try to get the foreground to stand out more is we can add a couple little accents to it to make it stand out a little bit more. So we'll hop here. We'll come to a new layer. We'll do some, like, seagrass. Sometimes, very rarely, sometimes at the beach. You know, it's like saying snapping because the character from Splatoon. The more you say it, the more it sticks. I've actually never played Splatoon. So I'm gonna go ahead and draw in these little blades of grass. Some grass at the beach. As one sees on occasion. And I'm hoping this grass kind of helps to make this top area look a little bit more distinct. I know, you're probably thinking, Sam, what is like 3 blades of grass going to do? It could make a difference. Alright? What we do now is we go here. We grab our color. Go to this next frame. And what we do is, let's say, I want to pretend that this right here, these 2 blades of grass. In fact, we could even be lazy. We could copy this blade of these 2 blades of grass. We can hop to this layer. We can paste the blades of grass. We can make it smaller. We can pretend that those blades of grass are right here. And then we just gotta drop down another layer. Hop back here. Grab the color that we're going to color in with. Surely that's going to add a world of difference. Y'all will call me crazy until you see it, but trust the process. Surely, trust the process. Surely, trust the process. Surely. You don't know how to tag. I don't know how tagging works on YouTube either. The first Splatoon, a beach ball in the water. I don't know. We'll consider more accents later. The first Splatoon was amazing. The other two were trying too hard to make it more modern. You don't know how I don't entirely know how I do things either, but I'm trusting the process. I'm trusting the process. You can't see the orange when you tag someone, but if someone tags you, you can see it. That makes sense. That makes sense that you wouldn't be able to see the tag unless you're the one tagged, because they don't want to distract, you know, the real regular viewers. That makes a lot of sense. I do think I want the water to look a bit more cheerful though. Like, this water is kind of depressing. I think we really gotta up the watercolor to make this less depressing. Okay, now that's a little bit too violent. Okay, now that's a little bit too dull. Too tropical. Yeah. Yeah. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. How much of this do I think is... Oh, let's see. Yeah, we'll do some ripples. So what we'll do is I'm just going to duplicate this layer. So this is 1, 2, 3 frames. So go 1, 2, 3 frames over. I'm going to duplicate this layer. We are going to hop over to this layer. And I'm going to do something really funny. We're going to be super lazy with the concept of these waves. I'm going to move these forward. Ever so slightly. And then I might change the wave a little bit. I might change the wave a tiny. I'm going to attempt to keep like a similar path. For a lot of them. Then we're going to duplicate this one more time. And hop down to this layer with the wave. We are going to move these all the way over. And I'm going to erase the ones in the front. I may even actually take these and move these up a bit more. And if we did this right, we can just repeat these to be lazy. So let's see if we did this correctly or not. We will find out by looping this entire animation. We could probably do better on the wave. We can probably do a little better. I think up until the last, like... Okay, where does it get choppy? Let's see. Okay, definitely the last frame gets a little choppy. Yeah, it makes no sense that the one in the back stays in the exact same spot. It really should push up more. It's a little bozo. We could do much better on the wave. We could really do much better. I'm just being kind of lazy. Add more at the back and that will sell it. Trust the process, chat. Trust the process. We could even actually... I wonder. Can we... Can we make this even slower? If we make this, like, really slow on the movement. Why are there no waves on the first one? What happened to our waves? Okay, there we go. I'm not sure what happened there, but it's fine. We can work with this. I'm gonna just redo the waves entirely. Being lazy was not very conducive to the wave. I think this one and this frame are alright. I may even clean up this one on the edge here, so let's do that really quick. We can make you much smoother. The idea is serene ocean wave. Serene ocean wave. I'm going to duplicate this one. In case we want the old layer 3. And going to erase all of this. I don't know if that's gonna be exactly what we need, but... Probably looks better if this is set up, so... Draw a beach ball that moves closer to the lobster. I don't know. Okay, now it's too fast. There's some kind of irony about it being too fast. Pause. Pause. 2, 3. I think we have to add a new frame. We will go here. And... okay. Trust the process. Trust the process. If I need to add an object to show that my stuff is moving, I've clearly not animated this as well as I could be animating. If that makes any sense at all. know. We'll see how this looks. It might not be amazing. It might be alright. We'll have to see. Okay, the ocean looks very, very dirty. That did not help. The waves are... Waves feel good. Maybe it's because it's looping. Let me pause. Let's just start from the beginning. Maybe it's because I'm watching it loop. Okay, no, it still looks closer. I think it's also because the water at the shore isn't moving. You know what I mean? I think that's also a contributing factor. That the water at the shore isn't moving. They have to were too ambitious with the wave. Let's go here. Let us hide this layer. And... Yes? I don't think it looks that... Personally, I don't think it looks that great. I'm glad you think it looks good. I'm going to duplicate this again. I'm going to hide this layer. Okay, we're gonna unhide this layer. Because I need to erase these. In order for us to properly... Okay. 1, 2. Two. 3. 4. 5. We're gonna see how this looks. It might look really funky. It might look alright. Entirely sure if I'm a fan or not, but... You think I had a good idea at not changing the shape of the wave? Something from here to here just feels really funky. Let us go to 2A. Let me duplicate this again. Drag this here. Surely... Surely. If we just... Surely if we just do this, it will sort itself out, surely. I think that's looking a little bit better. I don't know if I love the transition from here to here, but I do like this to this to this. I'm not in love with this. We need to edit this. But from here to here to here, I'm kind of a fan. No, I don't know. Let's hop to this layer. Clearly, we'll just use the same principle again. This could never turn out poorly for us, using the same principle again. Surely the same principle of having the waves move. For the umpteenth time. Surely. Genius play on our part, surely. I know you can't see the chunk on the edge, but don't worry. The edge isn't inflamed. So you don't have to worry about the one on the far left, because it's not inflamed. Surely. Surely. Surely this will work. We'll roll with it, we'll roll with it. Let's see. I feel like there's something else we can do to make this more. This is feeling very like flash animation. Boy, there's a way to make this seem more less flash animation. Maybe we should get the lobster shadow. Hmm. I'm pondering what else we could do. I think we're gonna try to give the lobster a shadow. So I'm gonna make yet another layer. Chat. Yet another layer. As one does. Sometimes you can be a little lazy. You have named the lobster. I think I'm supposed to be the one naming the lobster. It's my lobster. When you get your own lobster, you can name your lobster. I'm going to gatekeep naming the lobster. No, I think I liked it when that line was skinny. Let's go ahead and save. the shadow actually did very much. I suppose we already drew it, so we might as well keep it, but I really don't know what the shadow did much. You know what might actually add something alongside the shadow though? Like little lobster. What if that does? Maybe there was one more frame. Maybe I have it falling over the edge. Who knows? Does it look better? I'm not sure. You're not even gonna see the last print. You're not gonna see, like, you're gonna barely see the prints in the frame. That's the thing. It's like, maybe it doesn't matter. Because the little box around the edge is where this, like, cuts off. So we're not even really gonna see the flames. Like, we're not really gonna see it very much. But I don't know. I don't know. I think we've been going for a little bit over 4 hours now. Honestly, I think this has been a pretty solid. Let me save it. Let me just export this as like a gift to see how I feel about it. It's like looking at it in that frame kind of changes the perspective. You know what I might do? Let me save this. And then I'm going to... I'm gonna try something. First, I'm gonna make a new layer. Put these in here. I'm gonna put the grass in here so I can move the grass. Now I'm gonna move this over 1, 2, 3. Then I'm going to add a new layer. I'm gonna try adding one more frame. I'm going to save this as full extended in case I hate this additional thing that I'm adding. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here. Going to grab all of these and move them over. I like the idea that it falls over the hill. That maybe there's like a little slope or something. So we can add that little detail. The tail points add that kind of movement, kind of like as if the beach ball would be in the water. And then when we get to this wave, what we're actually going to do is... I might get rid of the little green entirely, and then that makes it look like a new area. Work smarter, not harder, chat. I like the little green, don't get me wrong. I was a big fan of the little green grass. But we cannot have the exact same little green grass. We could like redraw the little green grass. And we might remove the like tail points. No, I think the tail points like honestly could be fine. We just need to extend this a little bit for the shadow. Need to extend all of these a little bit. What happened to... Oh. 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 What happened to the waves on number 6? Uh-oh. Okay, we can go back in time. We can go back in time. Oh, okay, I know what happened. I know what happened. 6 is where it would end. We don't go to 7. Wait. We don't? Has it always been blank? Okay, I know what to do. We can go back to the original. See, this is why you always want to, like, save additional copies. Flame number 6 does have waves. Somehow we lost the waves on flame number 6. But since I saved a copy of this before we started doing all this, I can actually just steal the waves from this one. Copy it. And then toss it back here since we lost them. And then save. Properly extend all of these. We'll go ahead and save. Quiz of Love? Oh, hello, Jill. What do you mean, Quiz of Love? Is the transition from here to here? It might be a little too fast, so I'll extend this a little bit. Now let's give that another. I might move the tail point in the last flame up a little bit. Because from here to here, it looks too similar. So I'm gonna move this up ever so slightly. And see how that looks. Almost makes me wonder if I should have put another tail point, like, on this flame, like between here. Let's go back. Maybe I just need to change the angle on the tail point. Maybe that's so that it looks like it matches more with the other ones. It looks fine too. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Yeah, let's pause. Let me go back. Am I the crazy one? We're using fake environmental changes. Fake environmental changes. In order to make it look like the lobster's moving. It just looks like he took a leap. Alright. Gotta do a little slide. Do a little slide, you know. I wonder if this is like too cartoony. I wonder if it's too cartoony. Oh well. Yeah, we've been swimming for 4.5 hours. I think even if this is a little cartoony, let me export this animation. We can drop it in here. We can drop it. Image. It definitely looks cartoony. I don't know if I'm a fan, but I think currently my current art skill level, I don't think I can improve it really much, unfortunately. I think the best we could do is like change the color of the line on the monster. And maybe make the water look a little bit more reasonable. I think the waves actually turned out pretty nice. I don't think there's anything wrong with it kind of like pushing on the edge. On top of like, oh, I kind of like want to sample. I think, I wonder if, like, on the left side, we could get rid of the line that goes all the way to the edge or not. I will see how that looks. If If we were to go here. Add a flame. Get a half pace towards the water. I guess I can see what you're trying to say. Here. We can't move both at the same time, I don't think. Well, actually, you know, I haven't tried this. What if we do this? Can I move both at the same time if I do this? Aha! Aha! Alright. So the locks is here. Let's just be lazy. Let's just be lazy. Alright, let's just be lazy. And then we're going to swap the position of these flames after I'm done erasing this. Alright. So you come here. And we'll see how that looks. Okay, idea. We pull this over one flame. We go 6, 6, 6. Move this over. 1, 2. I don't know. Maybe a little bit too fast. So grab these. One more flame. Come on. Come on. Y'all can move one flame over. Maybe it's too choppy to look like a dome. Doesn't have to look like a dome. I feel like it's more like slip and sliding, you feel? I feel like he's like slipping, like you can't see my hands, but like I'm making a rise up and then fall down motion, like I'm tracing the letter U in the air. Also, sometimes there's like a kind of beauty to it just immediately cutting to the next frame. If you compare that to like there could be a longer pause, I suppose. You know. Like if there was a longer pause. And then it's looking out on the ocean. Perhaps. Well, I'll sleep on it. I'll sleep on it. I hope this one saved the way I think it did. Yeah, this one saved as the previous version. This one is if I wanted to do, like, the whole walking up thing. So if I want to have it do the walk up thing, I could probably have a more smoother transition of it falling up on this one in the future. If not, I think this one does kind of suffice. If anything, we could just have like a longer pause. Like from here to here. It could just be like... that kind of has its own time to it, you know? Like, it finally sunk in that the lobster has, like, climbed over there. And then it just cuts to the next scene where the lobster's looking over the ocean. I'll also save this one. Extended pause. We'll save 4 versions. I don't know why I need 4 versions, but sure, why not? Oh, that's my alarm. Really sure which one I prefer. I think they're both good in their own way. I think the left one, you do see kind of the but the left one you do see the appeal, right? You see the appeal of it like taking the little dive. I think there's like nothing wrong with trying to extend a crawl on the right one. But I think the left one like also equally works because of the pacing. Like, I think this has a nice pacing to it. This one. I personally think that this kind of gives off the vibes that I'm trying to... There's like a whimsy to it, you know? Like, you're kind of following this creature crawling along the sand. And where does it go? It goes to the beach. To look over at the waves. Like, I could make the other one on the right smoother, but... I am liking the vibes on this one. So, here we go. Our two gifts for the evening. We finished up. Not too shabby, all things considered. Maybe I could add some texture to the sand or something. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I won't do anything wrong. Hopefully these two look like they're from the same kind of sequence or something. I don't know water's like a different color, but I hope this style kind of translates over. Alright. Well, thank you for joining us tonight, folks. It's been a good evening. I am going to be heading out for the evening. Thank y'all for hanging out. It's very productive. I am not sure who we're going to raid. I think all of us just went offline. I think we need to obviously support my goat, my horse, Mr. Wayman Young Guy. On Twitch TV. So Twitch, I think I'm gonna send y'all to Ray. We gotta get our Ray raids. We gotta get higher Ray raids, clearly. If we could raid Ray more. Clearly. My goat, my horse, Mr. Wayman Young Guy. Thank y'all again for hanging out. Thank you for the support, the stream streaks. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the way Crystal again. Thank you, YouTube, for hanging out. Surprisingly productive evening, actually. Surprisingly. Like, I know that these are very, like, rudimentary animations, but I've never finished this much art in one evening before. Normally these take ages. They took like 2 hours each, and they only have like 3 or 4, maybe 5 or 6 at most frames for each one. And they're super simple art style, and I already had a storyboard too. Like, imagine if I had to do this all from scratch. It would probably take the entire stream for me to. Thank y'all for hanging out. Let me think of a good raid message for Ray. Ray dies streaming yearly. Resolve habitually. Clearly. Thank y'all again for hanging out. I hope y'all have a nice rest of your day, evening, wherever you are. I'll see y'all when I see you. Twitch chat, do send Ray my love. YouTube, always a pleasure seeing y'all. Thank you for the support. Unsure if and when we'll get another stream this week. Kind of a busy weekend for us, so you know. If you see it, you see it. If not, I'm sure I'll catch you all next week. So do take care of yourself. Send Ray all my love. And just remember everything. It was like that when the and